What up, YouTube?
In 5 minutes time now, we see the release of the US S&P Services PMI January final read, forecast 52.9 on the prior 52.9 with a range of 53 to 52.9. The composite PMI as well, forecast 52.4 on the prior 52.3. 1 minute remaining. I'll lead with the US S&P Services PMI. Ten seconds. $52.5, $52.5, that's lower than forecast at $52.9, with the composite PMI at 52, lower than forecast at 52.4. So looking at the key findings in this report then, it notes that stronger growth in new orders sparks faster upturn in output, selling prices rise at the slowest pace in over 3.5 years, and business confidence is at a 7-month high. Chris Williamson, who's the chief business economist at S&P, says that the US service sector started the year in a sweet spot, with output and demand growth accelerating while price pressures cooling markedly. The key driver of faster growth was the financial services sector, where looser financial conditions tied to expectations of lower interest rates spurred greater activity in January. We have posted out the US S&P Services PMI final January report on the feed for anybody interested.
Shortly expecting the results of the UK gilt sales. So the Bank of England sells £749.9 million of bonds in auction and receives £1.71 billion in bids, and says the APF gilt sale operation cover ratio was 2.29.
So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US ISM services PMI for the month of January. Forecast 52, prior 50.6, with a range of 53.2 to 248.7. For the breakdown in the US ISM reports, get the employment index, so a prior of 43.3, new orders, a prior of 52.8, and prices paid, a prior of 57.4. So ahead of this, just making a note of Bank of America, who say that they expect the ISM services print at 51.5 this time around, continuing to signal expanding activity in the sector. They note that healthy consumer spending has continued to support the service sector, as evidenced by the solid employment growth seen in the sector over the past several months. So Bank of America also expect the services sector to have remained in expansionary territory, but a higher for longer interest rate environment, geopolitical events, and labor constraints may act as potential headwinds. So again, just some commentary ahead of the ISM print from Bank of America. So keep in mind as well at the top of the hour, expecting possible comments from Fed's Goolsbee, who's going to be appearing on Bloomberg TV. So UBS expect the US Fed to cut the interest rate at the May meeting versus the prior estimate of the March meeting. So this is coming after Fed's Powell over the weekend again pushed back on bets of a March interest rate cut from the Federal Reserve. So UBS now repricing their interest rate cut target to May from March.
Morning, guys. Just kind of waiting. We have the Russell at value low, Globex low. We have NQ at value low, trying to recover. We have ES middle of the range, so can kind of go either way. We have a gap above on ES. You can play off the Globex low below. Basically, just waiting to see if these names like the Russell can reclaim, right, and then come back in, right, and then we have a VWAP above us that we need to get over and make supportive, or we will fail here, right, at Globex low and value low, reject, and push down continuation. So it should be pretty clear once it actually happens, but until then, kind of just waiting. Same thing with NQ at 690, that being value low.
So in 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US ISM Services PMI for the month of January. Forecast 52 on the prior 50.6 with a range of 53.2 to 48.7. The employment index, a prior read of 43.3. The new orders index, a prior of 52.8. And prices paid, a prior of 57.4. Keep in mind, Fed Scoresby is also due to appear on Bloomberg TV at the top of the hour. The link to watch Bloomberg TV live on YouTube is attached to his link on the calendar.
It's okay. How about you? Nice. Not bad at all. You had to work Saturday? Double? Oof. It's no joke. Hmm. Trying to wake up a bit here. Sleep's been- We're just kind of rotating around, waiting for us to choose a direction.
One minute remaining. I'll be leading with the US ISM Services PMI.
Yeah, news in a minute. Still very much so range bound, right? With Russell and both holding pivot. Need to get above for you to think that it's going to be bullish. Yeah, still just in our range. Usually the 10 o'clock reversal is slightly bearish, but can really break either.
10 seconds. 53 spot 4 higher than forecast of 52. Prices paid at 64 on the prior 57 spot 4. New orders at 55 on the prior 52 spot 8. And employment at 50 spot 5 on the prior 43 spot 3. So looking to the markets here, strength in the dollar, weakness in the S&P 500. Again, services PMI hotter than expected, 52 spot 5, cooler than the forecast 52 spot 9, with the breakdowns again hotter than expected.
All right, so our first levels printed. Sellers should be trying to position at the 690 NNQ, the 4966 on ES. We want us below 63s on ES, and then for that to become resistance or downside, I think.
So treasuries as well extending their slide after ISM services gauge topping estimates.
Don't have the new spot. Really, or pivot on it. No, pivot. Why? Sorry. That's right.
We have posted out the US ISM services PMI January report on the feed for anybody interested.
Should get a retest of it.
Report notes that 10 industries reported growth in the January services
This
PMI,
is looking like
by being
short.
above 50 again for the
Patient.
13th consecutive month, after a single month of contraction in December of 2022 and a prior 30-month period of expansion, continuing to indicate sustained growth and at a faster rate in January for the services sector.
Should get a retest at 60. But if we bounce, right, your stop's down. I'm not in this yet. I'd like the reoffer personally.
Fed Scoresby repeats he doesn't want to rule out a March cut.
Yeah, trying to see if we can get a sort of one little relief.
Goolsby says we need to see more data showing inflation progress.
So you would want 63s to be here. Or we can just traverse this range again. So, yep. Yeah. Alright, this is where we start to look. 63s, push into that. For NQ, 89, right? Just as we push into this, we're looking for a seller to try to step in. Information down here.
Fed Goolsby says I won't speculate on a potential for a 50 basis points cut.
Just getting off 1 here on ES into the low. Just gonna leave runners for continuation happens. At 1. Might be able to play off the same thing again. Just looking for acceptance at these lows. Might take a bit of chop before we get our next leg down. Not sure. I risk off one into the bottom just in case. But all we're watching is can NQ continue to hold that 89 to 701 area. Yes, hold that 63 to 60. As long as it can, we should get continuation down. I pressed market sell.
Fed Scoresby says strong jobs data doesn't necessarily mean overheating.
Looking for exact numbers is just never. Had a original range that I was looking at where I was interested in longs. Starting to look for interesting longs over 69, but really our level is 72, 75, 73 basically for the gap fill up. And then we had our Globex low
Fed
at the
Scoresby says
63.
inverted yield
So
curve
as soon as we
a
push
rule of
below
thumb
that,
is
I'm
not
now looking
applicable
for
as a
sellers
recession
to continue to push
indicator.
us down until we get back above. So I'm just looking for shorts into that because we already see a weak market. We already see that the Russell is rejecting. So we already have a system in play of like what we're looking for continuation. By the way, we're risking off one more here. So like what's the point of looking for an exact number when I'm willing to short any of these levels in this retest, right? All I'm seeing is a failure to get back over our previous rejection point. We know value low is here. We know our Globex low is here. So to me, this entire red box, as soon as we're below it, is where I'm looking for shorts to be pushed into. So as we are approaching it, I am shorting because I am expecting sellers to be positioned here off of a weak market. Right? So I don't need an exact number because I'm willing to add to that position if I continue to see a weakness as we are coming into this area. And I can always add to this position more so if I can see the continuation that I'm looking for. Right? But like we already lost our value low on the Russell. Russell was leading down. We didn't see any upside. NQ already had broke our pivot. So we had like RTY and NQ leading, and I'm just waiting for ES to follow through. So I don't need an exact entry at 63s for me to be profitable in the trade. I have one runner left, and my average is 61 here. Still up $300. So doesn't matter. It's like, what's your window of risk, and then are you willing to take a position in that area? So we're at yesterday's value high, basically, or value low. No, value high. Your first target.
Goolsby says, I've
Gotta
seen
break below this.
decidedly tighter lending markets over the last year.
For continuation down. It's not an exact science. Like I'm never gonna. It's nice when we like nail it to the T, but I mean it's the general idea that we're approaching. So I tried to be like, okay, I'm now looking for this, shorting this. I've marked a range at the beginning of the day. Now we're just looking for like sellers to be positioned there on every sort of tested. And I mean the same trade can work again if we get too far down, and then we're going to get, you know, a reversal back up, and we're gonna have to retest these areas. We've got to get below this 52 if you want more. Just move your stops down accordingly. So we want acceptance now below, right? It's now where we're looking for a seller to defend. But any sort of retest into this continuation down. We're basically just trying to do the same thing, which is see sellers show acceptance for a push down. Yeah, I mean, you didn't need to do a market. You could have just said join ask, right? And then gotten in when you got in. But like, as long as like we're approaching a level and you expect it to be resistance, like there's nothing wrong with initiating. It's just like, I don't know. Again, it's like one of those things that you have to like know why you're looking for directional trade. So would you pressing market there have helped you if you didn't know why it was an okay area to short? Because then it's like you don't know why you're exiting either. Or what your invalidation is. But I don't know if like marketing would have actually been great for you there. You didn't have a more zoomed out look of why it made sense for me. Seeing some basic absorption here, but I don't know much. But I could see us come back into 52s if this doesn't, I don't see like a forceful seller. No, they're here. They're pushing it down. Tape's getting a bit more aggressive, but we can see a little bit of tapering.
US stocks extend full, Dow Jones down 1%.
This is our target here in the 45s, so I'm just moving my stops down. But like my one runner left, right? Like who gives a shit that I didn't get it at 63s if we're up 700 a contract, right?
Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 74 out of 100 equaling greed, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 60 out of 100 also
There's
equaling
definitely
greed.
someone trying to
And taking a look at the VIX,
but I just don't
currently
know
at
if we
14.42.
get, you know, a real bounce, or if it's just going to be like some chop and then.
Eurozone bond yields extend rise. Germany's 10-year bond yield up 9.7 basis points, last at 2.326%.
On any sort of push up, I'll be watching 50s on to see if our seller's positioned there. We're seeing that Russell divergence, which is kind of like showing us a potential bottoming. This 45 was our target, so I don't have much until I see us breach below this. So I think my first level in the sand tier is just going to be this beyond any sort of retest, where I saw a bit of a buyer trying to step in. Same for like 30-35 on NQ. So Grota. You're looking for 85s below on it. 37s on the S. Now we're just waiting to see if this is just a bit of some type of like shorts taking profit, some passive, liquidity that's been resting here. And then if really for either direction, we're just looking for a speed of tape again for someone to decide which way we want to continue down. As of right now, I'm not really seeing the bull thesis, but I do see some passive liquidity here, just kind of like resting, which is why we stopped moving. If buyers are able to get this over 47 on ES, then we should come back up to this 50-53, where we'll look for a seller to be positioned again. 47 is your first like initial little pivot. See if we get more upside or continuation down, or if this will be enough. But we've got someone short-term positioned here at this 47. And we know we have a seller above at this 50 area. I don't think there's anything wrong trying to take like small longs off of this once we started to see and I called out like the initial absorption. But like if you're in a short for much higher, like to me, I'm just looking to see our reaction into our seller, knowing that we have trend down right now, right? So like I want to be adding to my runner here because I know if we get over this, then it's kind of invalidated and I can get a short again at a much higher price. So for me, like I'm just looking for an area to basically try to add to an average down on my short for continuation, like as close as possible to my invalidation level. And again, like if I don't see the seller immediately pushed into here, we can come all the way back up to retest like our value low X low for the exact same trade again. So I really want to see our seller positioned here, or it'll come right back up. We can do the same trade all over again. Watch 52 on ES.
So, commentary from Italy's economy minister says we have signs of modest economic recovery in the last quarter of 2023 and beginning of this year, above the European average, he notes. A Bank of Canada Q4 market participants survey notes that the median forecast is for a rate cut in April, the same as the Q3 survey.
So if there's a strong seller, we expect them to be at this 50-52. A retest would bring us back up to 55s. I think that's basically it. Just like the two areas that I have marked right now are really all we're watching. Do we need to come fully back up to do our seller reoffer here? Or is this going to be enough for continuation down? Again, we spotted absorption pretty early on. Now we're basically just waiting for the Russell to lose momentum. If you want continuation down, or we might need to come back up to, right now, looks like 36.5 on RTY if this doesn't reject here. And again, like probably like this 52 to 64 area. Really just, this is your mean reversion where we're looking for. Just really waiting. For someone a little bit more aggressive to step in. Right now it's pretty passive. But nothing's like invalidated downtrend. If that makes sense. Your first risk off here on NQ, if you're short from 31s again, just into the low. We do expect a buyer to try to defend this 600 to like 585 area. And we're just looking for this to become resistance if you want continuation, or again, this can just be where like passive liquidity is attempting to bid off of. So I want to see a push below this area for a validation that we want continuation on it. Or we can just see bids step in. Need to lose that 85. That 585. If you shorted off of our 50 level on ES, it's a good first risk off here into 45s again, understanding that this is our target from earlier, and we need to see this become resistance or continuation down. So I'm now taking off my initial position here fully, and now I only have my runner from 50s that I averaged into. I've taken off my average from up at 61, and now my average has moved down to 50. Thank you, Tom. And for me, this is just like a mechanical trade that then turned into a discretionary trade. If we want to go with the same lingo that I was talking about on Friday, where like I had a level in mind, we had the levels marked from the my initial plan in the morning we talked about from the break of that area and then the reoffer. But then I see some absorption step into the market at this low, and then I see a seller above, and it's like, okay, well, I don't need to fully risk off my position. I can now look to add and then play with like new market generated information today. Play off of the poor low, push back up, look for resistance here, add to the position, and understand like if this pushes over, then my plan invalidates, and then I take off my runners, and then we look to play back up to the mean. But if that doesn't happen, there's no reason to fully exit this. Nothing has shifted from my initial plan. I've just found an area to potentially add on to the position, right? And that's really all I care about. Our next risk off again is into this 37, so you just want to be moving your stop down as we approach. Yeah, this is good. I don't think you need more than this. Okay, like these were great trades. This is why I like the mornings, because we have structure to play off of. We get a continuation potential. It makes sense. There's no, is it gonna do, you know, XYZ? It's just happens or it doesn't. Go live the rest of your life. Good job. So this is what that looked like on foot. It's not going to be very helpful, but we can see like the same kind of thing. Like we could see the bounce, and I could see the shift to the POC on the bar, where we kind of like started to do a basing, and then we could see our seller above,
A US special
where
envoy
they were
for
positioned at
Yemen is
that
to travel to
50
the Gulf
to
this week.
52.
The
I just
envoy to
posted in chat.
discuss
You can see the delta
de-escalation and stopping
divergence,
Houthi attacks.
or kind of, I don't want to say divergence, but we saw a spike in delta with the direction that we were playing. So on that push down candle at 10:15, right? And then we start to see buyers step in again, and then we're just looking for speed of tape again for continuation. So you get kind of a tapering down of our sell. We get a spike. Now I'm looking to see which way we're going to go. We get kind of a tapering down again, and then we get our spike to let us know that that seller's serious for a push and continuation down. So it's like I'm seeing our seller positioned here. I see that there's a stacked imbalance, which is just basically someone kind of pushing the spread down. We have 3 deltas that are like sell side that are specific to that. So I'm watching this as our first level where I expect sellers to kind of defend defensively on footprint, and I see this kind of tapering into the lows and then our POC shift and recover. So I'm looking for a push up into this area, understanding that basically we're having buyers start to position at a higher low, and then we see that there's a potential for a 3-bar reversal here on the 5-minute. That's what this is. So I'm looking for basically sellers to position themselves again where we see they last showed aggressive
Euro dollar drops as much as spot 6% to the lowest since around November 14th.
52. So as we come up into this, I'm now watching to see our reaction, and I'm looking for a continuation down. So this is the first area where I want to put more risk on and try to average up, because I know if this doesn't hold, we should come up to at least this 55, 56 level, and then I have to watch for the seller reoffer at a higher price. But like if I see this seller positioning on our footprint, then I know that I can play off of this level or a push down, and then I just watch to see kind of how people are positioning, and then I wait for an active seller again to play off.
The dollar index at a fresh 4-week high
here, push below. That makes sense.
And this is while the S&P 500 is extending its declines as well to around 0.65%.
And I just had drawn that out on our candle structure while I'm watching it off screen. Oops.
So analysts are noting that Wall Street traders sent both stocks and bonds lower today after hotter than expected economic data and signals that the Federal Reserve isn't ready to call victory over inflation just yet. So treasuries came under renewed pressure, with the 2-year yields heading towards their highest levels this year. The Fed swaps almost wiped out the odds of a March interest rate move, and the chances of a May cut have also been reduced as well. So the dollar was on track for its strongest day since November, while the S&P 500 lost steam after closing at a record on Friday.
Like we've now taken that position from that 60, 63 area where I was shorted originally, and now like I'm still up $400 on a runner at 49.50, right into the 50 level. So it's like, okay, great. Like we still are playing off of market generated information on the day, and I can be in a runner now while also fully exiting my initial position. So this trade is now completely risk free. And we're seeing the exact same thing again, where a buyer is trying to position at our 37.25. We understand that this is our monthly VWAP, and this is potential supportive level on NQ and ES. We just need to see a break below this if we want to continue to push down, or this can still be just buyers positioning down here in the lows. We might need that mean revert higher. I don't know yet. only levels I know are the ones where I've seen active sellers. I can play off of that. And then we have our higher time frame levels, you know, that we take profit into. You guys have questions about that, or is it all that makes sense? So in an ideal world now, where our buyer tried to absorb before and tried to build out a position, we want them to now be offsides. So I want this 45 to now be kind of our level where sellers defend, right? Just if you don't want to think about it like that, right? It's a very simple support becomes resistance. And think of that just from a positioning standpoint. We want these buyers to now be offsides and our seller to now have found value, a value shift from where buyers were finding value to now where sellers are going to try to offer. Different words, same idea. And I really do believe that this blue area that I've highlighted, this isn't a new level, but this is where we want to see buyers try to build out. We just haven't had a reason yet to show that this is going to invalidate if you're in from higher. This is where like shorter time frame buyers are looking to position. We just haven't seen them get the juice yet for continuation. We just see passive, you know, I don't want to call it passive, but there's someone trying to position here, but there hasn't been a clear understanding if they're going to be able to hold as of yet, and if they are going to be able to push out. There's definitely an argument to say that you can play off of this higher low, and that we can play this back up to probably 31s. But if you're in from a higher position, right, short, is there objectively yet a reason for you to think that trend doesn't continue? That's what it becomes hard. Where you can have short-term buyers now showing at this low, where you have a seller who's in for much higher, who's going to just be looking for a defense, right? In general, spotting absorption like that is needed. That explanation. Yeah. I'm going to be watching Russell mostly here. and yes, into this 45, 46.
Dollar yen rises 0.3% to 148.84, the highest since November 27th.
What are these DMs? Guys, what do we think? What's the most cursed salad in the DMs? Oh, banana. if you're playing the long, the reversal of this, just remember that we can hit our head on this node, just like I'm looking on ES with our previous buyer. You need to be watching for a seller. This is like an FYI. If we can push over this, then we can mean revert back up, but just be careful. I mean, that doesn't look like a bad salad. Some basil, some onion, you know? Yeah, it's just a salad. Where's the fruit? Is that not just like a regular salad? Yeah, right. It's just like pico, but the line cook got lazy on the last couple cherry tomatoes. But banana and tomatoes together does sound so bad. If I was ever served something with both of those in it, it would I'd immediately think I was going to gag. Yeah, it wouldn't be ideal. People make it work with olives though, so I don't know. Me, it's always just like that's a lot of work. Anytime that I have to like take something out of my mouth, like an olive seed or something like that while I'm eating it, it just doesn't feel. I don't know. How do you like do that respectfully? I don't know if that makes sense. Spitting something out into a napkin is always just like awkward. Man, I love squash. Squash or fruits. Yeah, I guess. Makes sense. We're basically just waiting here, guys, to see if buyers are willing to push us over this and reclaim this seller. It's just a battleground level that we're at right now. for ES and for NQ. I don't really see a reason that if this like 45 to 47, if this area doesn't hold above us,
Wells
then
Fargo
we just
on
go
the
back up to
ISM services
52.
print we did see this morning. So they note the prices paid component stole the spotlight in today's ISM services report, posting the largest monthly percentage gain since 2012. So they do note that as a diffusion index, it's measuring breadth, not magnitude, but it is still hardly supporting the case for rate cuts.
So you're like watching for short reentries here, or for a recovery of this level of support with how weak this seller is being positioned right now. So it's like either you're in a runner from higher and you're willing to play off of this, or you're waiting for a push back up to this level. This is just like pretty thin volume compared to the push down. Like to see someone a bit more excited on either side for me to care. Like there's definitely a buyer trying, right? But like all we're doing is pushing back into our seller. Oh, it's just like a short-term scalp. Here long until we can recover this level at 50s. 50, 52.
German Finance Minister Lindner says German growth remains weak and we cannot give a forecast yet.
Morning, Ty.
And Lindner says Germany needs a more flexible labour market.
Yeah, it's a banger with Ballad. Okay, so I mean we're just back up to our seller again. This is just where they reoffered last time. So we need to see this become supportive, or this will be where sellers attempt again, right? Same with NQ. This is the edge, our high volume node edge, right? So so to know if we're gonna get more or not, I would be watching how the Russell reacts back into this pivot on a rebid. Ideally, for upside,
US
you want to
dollar
see this
extends
31
gains
now
and hits the
hold
highest
supportive.
since November 27th, up 0.27% at 148.79. And Treasury 10-year yield rises 15 basis points on the day to 4.17%.
All right, well, this is where we see if our most bearish seller defense level holds or not. Russell's still pushing up, and NQ still looks fine. But we are at our level on ES. I think it's probably too soon to try to play off of this with our Russell and NQ potentially going for higher. Not seeing what I need to see as of yet for me to decide if I want to play this again.
And German Finance Minister Lindner says Germany is becoming poorer because there's no growth. Fed bids for 3-month bills total $6.3 billion, and Fed bids for 6-month bills total $5.6 billion. At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $79 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield of 5.21% and a prior bid cover of 2.84. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield of 4.985% and a prior bid cover of 3.14.
Definitely a seller trying to absorb at the 630 on NQ, but I still think that you're better off playing on the 50-60 area. 650, 660. Looking for a seller to be positioned there. You're just getting, I mean, this is just our original seller reoffer on 53s and 631 on NQ and our Russell at our pivot. So you expect this to kind of be your first test with buyers starting to slow down. And now you're just watching to see if on a pullback, do buyers persist, right? This is where we want to see, because we should get a directional decision here after. You know, I'm not positioned. I'm just waiting. I think it can go either way. But this is where we start to watch for which way we start to get momentum. In an ideal world, buyers don't lose this 49.50 on ES, or it becomes a bit harder for them. You've got some decent sized positions there. It becomes more difficult if they become offsides. So you really kind of want this area to stay bid. A deeper pullback isn't the end of the world, but it makes it a lot harder. Like now that we're below it, you now have to watch that area for a seller to potentially try to defend it. That 49.50 area on yes. Fully expect 48s to have a potential buyer there for a pushback up, but now we have to watch the reoffer above, which sucks if you care about the long. This is really what I'm getting at. You need a visual for my explanation. In an ideal world, we would have held basically our reversal, our rebid reversal line. Now, because we're under it, we now can retest this area, and this can now be our reoffer for continuation down to this structure below, right? We now need to recover this level and show that we are willing to bid and push off of it, which is just like an extra step that you don't want to see if you want continuation, because now we have a pivot, which is fine, but like you want the higher low a bit higher. This area is fine though, but that's kind of the logic behind it, is now that this can go either way, because this is if a seller is positioned, right, or attempting to position, this is your first lower high, or right, if you think about it like this, a channel, we now need to breach this or this is the beginning of a seller looking for a reoffer at a lower high for a continuation down.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $79 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield of 5.21% and a prior bid cover of 2.84. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield of 4.985% and a prior bid cover of 3.14.
That's what I'm kind of viewing on the footprint, just to give an idea of like why I'm coming up with what I'm coming up with. Like again, like this 48's fine to hold, but it's less bullish. That's all. Because this still just looks like sellers taking in all of that liquidity into that 51, 53 area, just like I've marked on the chart. And now you have to fight for that area again. But like 48s is where you expect buyers to be. I just would have liked it a bit higher. Because now, like as we come back up into 51, this can be our reoffer. But like if 48's hold, then you have a seller who's trapped this low.
Fitch Ratings says US consumer spending likely moderates in 2024 and the labor market underpins resilience.
I think if we lose that 48 buyer, we can
Shortly
look
expecting the
for
results of the 3 and 6 month bill
a short
auctions,
down
I'll lead with the 3-month
to
bill
this
high
43.
yield.
Like if we push below and then the offer kind of holds there, like sellers basically defend it on a look below, that'll be a small little scalp that we can play till we break the lows. I'm basically watching for what I already have drawn, but specifically
We have
playing
posted
off
the
of
full Fitch Ratings piece on the
this node.
feed for all those interested.
This. If we lose 48. Yeah, because like it can go either way. I'm glad that you see it as well. Now it's just being patient because we know a buyer's there and we know that there's potentially a seller who's trapped on that side. But like if they fail, if buyers fail to push this over this 52.53, then I think that there's merit for that pushback down. Hmm.
5 spot 235%, 5 spot 235%, bid to cover ratio 2 spot 91, 2 spot 91. The US sells $85 billion in 3-month bills and awards 62.31% of bids at high. And 6-month high yield 5 spot 045%, 5 spot 045%, bid to cover ratio 2 spot 91, 2 spot 91. The US sells $76 billion in 6-month bills and awards 34.06% of bids at high.
If you're long from 48 or this 610, just as we come up and retest the highs, just move your stops to at least break even now. Shorts never got the entry below 48s. So I'm still just waiting for either a push higher or a push below that 48 level for me to care. I just don't really have an area to interact here. But I think on like these pullbacks, it's always a good idea to at least either like take initial profit or move stops up as we retest our previous high, right? Like it's the top of the range. Until the range breaks and becomes supportive, it's the top. Just the good rule of thumb to not give it all back. In an ideal world, this now holds. You want to see your buyer now defend this blue box. Yes. These pullbacks. Yeah, there's no initiative yet. We'll see. Should get our direction here soon. The area I'm the most interested in is just NQ into this 52 to like 65 area above, because like that's where I would be as a seller being positioned. It's your Globex low, it's your weekly VWAP low, it's our value low for the range off the indicator. Like there's a lot here where I'd be expecting. We've now done the mean reversion. And what I mean by that is like we've gotten the push back up from our supportive level where we took profit, and now I'm watching to see this area if we lose momentum, if buyers can't push us over. Ideally, we get this a bit higher, like into the Russell VWAP. I would care about that level a lot more. But it's just as important if we fail here and then make that resistance at 31.3. I'm really watching this retest where is this seller now offsides, and can we punish the seller who's at 48s and now the seller who's been positioning here at this like 50 to 53 area, and can this now bid for a final leg up into our VWAP? That's basically it. Yeah, and like we're also basically at Friday's value area low, right? So like until we can breach and hold 55s as supportive, it just doesn't really make sense to look for long continuations, but really just a mean reversion back to this level, and then we see an active participant on the day decide which way we want to go. So to me, like this is just like our mean reversion target, and then we decide here. We have lots of levels play off of. What's up, Nick? On ES, is that a fixed volume profile on the right of your chart or visible? This is the visible range profile. So it's only going to show me the volume structure for what is visible on my screen at the moment. We have a daily profile on as well, though, and that's what this dotted white line is. That's value low. This is POC, value high for the day. So I can keep track of both, kind of like seeing where like short-term volume is positioning, and then understand where like our overall value structure is. And then this red line that's shifting to green is a fixed range profile of the initial balance. So like if we now hold this 51, we're now holding where I want to see buyers being positioned off of the IB, the initial balance, so like the first hour of the day. So it's bullish if we can hold here at 50.5. Someone definitely trying to sweep, but he'd follow through, or that just looks like exhaustion from sellers. I'm just gonna post this footprint again because I think it's helpful to some of you for visualization, but like this is what we were looking at before, where I expected basically sell side absorption at the highs, and where we had our buyer for short-term pullback at 40. Like we've now filled that, and now I want to see which way we go. Yes. Those that aren't in Discord. I posted in chat. So I was expecting sell side absorption, basically this area. And we knew that there was a buyer who was short-term positioned here, 48. It's off stacked imbalance, just basically a buyer showing their upside. And so on a pullback, I'm looking for this to try to be supportive, which we saw. And we now know that our seller is still contesting this. And I still need to see a break below this for me here. We have a seller who's off sides here at this 48. See that? But we know that there's a buyer who's defending this 50. So until I see the breach below, we're kind of just chopping. And for larger pullbacks, we'll push back down. 5 should have been your first profit target. 48's ever became resistant. Look, Gav. Developing POC for ES, Nick? Or for what? For ES, it's up at 68, 7.75. Right up here. So right now you have us holding value low. So if we hold value low in this rebid, again, just playing off of this 48.9 area, this is now our pivot for ES. So if we hold this, we're looking for kind of price to gravitate up to 59s first, and then from 59s kind of come up to the 68 for a full mean. That's if we can now hold 48, 40. So for me, there's really no short until we either do one of two things. Either come back up into this level, right? Or lose value low show acceptance here and then push down. There's a potential, there's an argument to be made here if we see price action that supports a short here in the weekly VWAP. If a seller is aggressive enough and we see participation, we can try to take a short into VWAP, but it's iffy because you're basically just scalping back down to this buyer or playing up to this POC. That's kind of the issue here. So like the two trades that have a higher rate of success are going to be either waiting for us to come back up into this POC area or waiting for a pierce below our value low and then acceptance basically below that, where our seller defends this position, right? We see the offer basically flip. So from the bid, this then becomes our offer, and then we go for continuation down. Those are like the two setups that have a bit more confidence trying to short here, where we are currently. Nice job, Rom. Yes.
German Finance Minister Lindner expects to return to 60% debt to GDP ratio in the second half of this year.
We're actually seeing some acceleration. Let's see if we can get anything off of this. Buyers are a little bit more enthusiastic now off of that retest. I think the only interaction there was playing off of the 48 back. If you were actually trying to play, or you're just looking for a push up into version. It was a pretty low. It was a slow movement, which, in my opinion, like unless you're willing to play off of that low, you just wait. There's going to be a better opportunity. Like, why I narrated it, but I didn't play it. Because until we saw this acceleration on tape, there wasn't really a deciding factor to let us know if this guy was going to be trapped or not, like Aram just said. And then we can see the speed of tape kind of increase off of that push. And then there's like, kind of confirms the trap. I mean, I continue to use these terms, but it's like, this is like a discretionary trade, right? Like if you can spot a trapped participant, or you can spot absorption or exhaustion, right? Like you can identify them in real time. That is something that you can play off of. But you have to be able to see it and then have an understanding of when it invalidates and a plan built around it, right? But like that's a intraday play that isn't based off of some sort of like higher time frame level. That's you being able to look at order flow and then make it actionable. But like if you still can't identify those areas, that's fine. But that it isn't a valid play because you don't know how to approach it. You have to just wait for something larger, something more important. Just no biggie. Or some opportunities that set up for you, you know. It's something I'm testing. Trying to see if there's a way that I can I don't know how to put this. If I can use TradingView's awful volume data to potentially show absorption. So I'm testing. Because there isn't like real volume data on TradingView. You have basically like lower time frame, uptick, downtick. That's it. So it like just calculates the difference. Like green or red, right? And then we can compare it to like the size of the actual candle. But it's not tremendous. It's not great. But we can identify some shorter term stuff still. So like blue candles are going to represent low vol but large move, which usually is like retraced. Yellow candles are going to mark potential absorption. Red is clear one directional bet. Heavy green is going to be large directional one-sided trade with delta confirmation. And then gray is just neutral. But yellow are the ones that you really want to be paying. They're like short-term potential areas of, you know, the quote-unquote absorption. But you should always be looking at like your broker that you're actually trading off of for futures, like Quant or Trade of 8, any of those that you're paying for like real tick data. Those are going to be a much better bet because they are actually looking at tick data. They have that. So that's like a much better way to be able to see absorption, exhaustion, all of that without it just kind of like creating an average and calculating it. And kind of like filling in the blanks, which is what TradingView does, sadly. Yeah, so like if you have the opportunity, I think that you should always be looking at delta via your actual brokerage that you're trading off of, where you have real data. But I'm seeing if I can make it work. Because if I can make it work, at least like with 70% accuracy on TradingView, then it has edge. Like I can make edge from that. TradingView's volume data is just so shit. And they know it too. This is why like none of our indicators are solely volume based, because we just don't have the data that we need for like reliable yeah, this is where we'll be seeing if seller defense holds up or not. Got the Russell starting to lag or lead, depending. We'll see. But it's the first one to show a confirmed lower high as we're pushing up into our VWAPs. So if you're long, this is where I'd move stops up as we're approaching our level here on NQ. Into our Globex low and our VWAP. And we'll see if sellers are positioning here again. If I don't see aggressive selling like attempts into this level, then I think that we can still drift up. And we want to see like a pretty aggressive sell off of this. It's our first take profit on the long side for ES and but if we can build above, right, then we have room to fully retrace morning move back up to highs. This is where I would say 90% of people who were buying those lows from 50s to 64s, or the higher low on the V on NQ, like these people or these people down here, this is where I would expect them fully to be trying to, or at least taking off like half positions. It just makes sense into Globex low and our view up. So like until we can build above, this is kind of your pivot, right? We now need to see this become supportive or a continuation up. And if we do, right, then we'll just come back up to our POC, which is our target above here. That's where your next risk off is. Right now, I'm just not seeing the sell you'd want if this was going to be the high. We'll maybe get a better idea if Russell comes up and rejects 36.5 again. It's basically treating this as our oscillator until proven otherwise. But to me, this is just a risk off. This isn't a short low until I see someone actively trying to sell this. I'm trying to explain this as best as I can without being in a position myself. Again, I was short from the lows. I got stopped out on my last runner off of average down. We called the bottoming, gave you the 48 to 50 area on ES for a potential bounce. I didn't play it. We're now at our first target. Now we have to decide which way we're gonna go. So I'm trying to still, like, for those that are in it, identify it, but I don't want to confuse you guys. So this is just really where I'm watching to see what's going to happen from here, so I can get in myself. If I had to make a guess, first of all, let me delete this purple box because it's not relevant to us anymore. If I had to guess, this is what I would be. Not what I would. This is what I'm looking at. I'm watching our reaction into this 60 to 60. Whatever this Globex low is, 63.25. And for longs, we're looking for our seller to basically be positioned here. And we're looking to see if we can get acceptance back over a Globex low for a push back up to P. So if we find this and this becomes supportive, we can play off of this. Until then, this is where we're looking to see if sellers try to defend. So you can get a potential initial entry if we see this become supportive for a push up to this level, or you can just wait for this 63.25 to become supportive for a push up to 70. From here, we're basically just trading in balance again from this morning, where this becomes our low, the recovery of our Globex low, and this is your first take profit. This is our second take profit, 72. And then we're just playing the initial balance off of the day, off of the recovery of the low. We now can trade this as our range. I'm gonna watching our Russell come up into the high of our pivot, 36.5. Would you rather me guys just be quiet during this stuff, or do you like me explaining what I'm looking at? I don't want to like confuse you, but I think that like what I'm saying is useful, but I don't want to. Explaining? Okay. Brian. They are trying.
Saudi Aramco holds Arab Light OSP to Asia at plus $1.50 for March. Fitch Ratings says geopolitics and politics re-emerge as the top risks for commodities in 2024. Fitch says we do not expect temporary pause in approvals of US LNG export facilities to affect global LNG supplies in 2024.
really keeping an eye on the Russell as we come up into VWAP and POC. The circled area. This should determine if this is it or not. We have now fully completed like mean reversions basically as NQ pushes into 690, 700. It's your imbalance target and our target for our mean reversion completion. Same thing for Russell here. Waiting to see if we recover balance on ES into 6 degrees. But, yep. This is really it. Got the lunchtime slow grind. I'm personally looking for either a pullback to 58.50 area on ES for a buy, or a push over 63s and then the ability to hold for a move up to POC. Really like the only two things I'm interested in. Right, like either buyers flag this out, fill this gap that's here, and then are able to bid off of it. Right, we get something like this. Or we just come up to that 60 degrees, make it supportive, and then play up to our target here at the 860 area.
At 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Bank of England's Pill, who speaks in a virtual Q&A.
And that should be dependent on if the Russell can bounce here and hold, like build this out, or if we're going to need to come back down to this node, retest this. I would assume. It's kind of be what leads us. Our most bullish bounce would be here at this 39, but coming back down to this 36.5 makes sense. Just looking for this to flag, basically, seeing if our buyer is willing to defend VWAP as supportive of us at 58. For NQ, it's down at like 60s. Just wait for C. If there's no follow through on this candle, then it'll just be like a last ditch attempt from sellers. And then we look for exhaustion and then buyers to absorb all this, which is what they're doing right now. I mean, you have a decent amount of trapped people now, just off of that. So if we get like any follow through from buyers to defend this, then we'll go up to that a little early to try to play it. We have people positioned on both sides, but it's where I'm really watching. And you can see I'm using that absorption candle, that yellow, as our level, right? You can see like pullbacks on yellow as well on ES and on Russell. These are like our lines. So now I'm just looking for price to be able to hold this and buyers to now punish these guys who are now off sides. In an ideal world, we should be able to now play off of 60s on ES. Like to see someone step in.
At 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Bank of England's Pill, who speaks in a virtual Q&A.
Whole port app. Apple trading it right now. I mean, what's the worst that can happen, you know? I feel like if you see Apple do something like that, you're probably golden, to be honest. Right now we're just battling with this POC from Tuesday, the 30th. But if we can make that supportive, it's 188 actually, and then it bids over 189, like 15. That's your, should be able to push back up. Just play off of the Tuesday levels. You want to see 188 become supportive. Buyers hold that now. And then confirmation over 180. That then bids. You'd be able to play back up to at least 180. Can't believe people are buying those. Just like they're cool, but I just don't see there's not enough yet for it to justify a purchase of an Apple Vision. And I'm glad people are buying them, making the price go up, but Jesus. Seems a bit early. Maybe when some like devs come in and actually build out some stuff. So if you're playing off of 60s, this is your first risk off into 63s. We're looking for a push over 63s, and then for this to become supportive if you are waiting for this. The pierce above, right? We need to breach our POC
Shortly
on the
expecting
Russell.
comments from Bank of England's pill.
This will be our high. We have a seller imbalance on NQ at the 690 to 700 that we just need to fill and show that it wants to become supportive for any upside. This is basically our test to see if we can get back into the morning balance. That's literally all this is. This is Russell into value low or value high. The 45s. Would love to be able to see this now just kind of like build and flag at this 45, the 43. Again, for ES buyers, we're looking for 63, 63.50, that area to kind of stay bid now on any retest or upside continuation. I'd like to be able to add to this position before we come up and test POC. I just have one contract playing off of the 60 level, the retest. All right, let's see if buyers are willing to hold it. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if I agree. The problem with Meta is they just don't have the user base. Like they don't have the market share in enough other areas to make the ecosystem feel full. And so like you just end up with like people buying the Meta headset for like three reasons, like for gaming, right? For adult content, and then for like the gimmick, the novelty, right? Like they don't have an ecosystem for workflow. Whereas like with Apple, they have that. So I feel like Google really needed to kind of step in and build it out. That they're the only other ones that I could see it kind of working. They have the ecosystem for apps, right? That's where like Apple is always going to succeed, is that they've like built such a monopolized ecosystem where like their users are forced to continue to use their products. And like the Meta user base is like a bunch of boomers on Facebook. Like they don't want that. There's no reason for them to get it. So like there's kind of a diverge where like they can't trust their core audience to want to buy their product, right? Whereas like with Apple, you've got like all of the people who are like, oh, I can add this to my workflow. They can like justify the expense, or at least make an excuse to justify it. I think that's like their biggest downfall. It's like they diverge too far away from like their core audience, and then they can't advertise to them. What they should have done is just bought like VR chat and called it a day, instead of wasting billions of dollars trying to rebuild something that already exists. Like if they actually wanted to do the metaverse thing, like it already exists. They could have just put like a new coat of paint on Second Life and VR chat and called it a day. Instead of just making a worse version of both of them.
Bank of England's Pill says economic activity has been quite weak.
I really think Google had to have done it. It's the only one that makes sense. Or like Microsoft. Microsoft could have done it as well. Because you have enough professionals in the space where you could have created, and you have like enough applications that would support professionals to step in and create a use case for the product. You can't rely on like Gen Z or like millennials to carry the product unless you're using it like specifically for gaming, and then you already have like the Steam headset that you would be having to fight against, like compete against. So like that space has already been filled.
Bank
So
of
like
England's
the only
Pill
space
says
that was
supply-side
open was
constraints
for a
limit
professional use
UK
case.
GDP growth.
So like Meta wasn't able to do the professional use case, and they weren't able to fill the gaming use case. So literally the only real market share that they had were people who were buying it for adult content, right? because it didn't do professional well. It
And Phil
didn't
says
do
supply side might
gaming
improve a
well.
little bit.
This is target, guys. Don't really expect much till we see a retest of
Phil says the pickup in
and hold
GDP
the
isn't
POC
going to
here.
be dramatic.
Again, I just have one on here. We never got our retest. I could have bid off of this. It made sense, but I wanted a stronger retest before adding. We still might get it, but this is now where we've now fully mean retraced on everything. We're at POC on NQ, we're at Russell, Globex low, and we are at ESPOC. So now we're just looking to see if we can now hold the low of our previous balance and then kind of build this out.
Phil says the inflation drop is good news for the UK economy.
And the only reason I am speaking at it with any sort of like confidence entries is just like because I'm in the art world as well, and like the entire time I've been wanting a better headset that had like more applications for 3D
Phil
sculpting.
says I expect it to fall close or even below target.
Like with that workflow that would give me some sort of edge that didn't cost $7,000. And like Apple is trying to get there, but I think even Apple, they need a professional controller for more like finer movement for it to be valid for most artists. Like you've got an iPad and then you have the iPad Pen, right? You need something like that, and I'm sure they're going to develop it for more finer control for sculpting and for like art and creation, because then you can have like all of a sudden it's super viable for people in the car development world for 3D sculpting, and for like mechanical engineers and people who are like working in CAD, right? Because now you can open up a group session and now fully build something in real space. Yeah, exactly, like a wand. Yeah, they're gonna build something out for that. I already know it. It's the same thing they did with the iPad. Bring out a Pro Tool and call it a day. And as soon as integrations come for like Adobe and for like Blender and Maya, 3ds Max, like all of that stuff, like you're gonna get a huge professional interest. The worst thing that they did was limit the screens by only allowing one 4K screen. It's so stupid. I don't know why they did that.
Bank of England's Pill says it's early days to declare inflation
Great job,
suppressed.
Cass. Sorry, I'm not ignoring you. I think that's perfect. I'm out of here soon as well, as soon as Mario gets on. I think we had a pretty good morning. Didn't get all of the trades that I wanted, but we did really well in the morning. Got a couple of continuation plays. Played structure. Didn't take stupid setups. Waited for confirmations. And then just played off of any sort of like new market generated information we saw in the day. So I think it was good. I'm just waiting for pullbacks so that we can potentially get more. This will probably be my last trade. Either I get stopped out for profit here from 61s, or I look for a pullback buy for an ad and then play that up back up to value high on the day.
right? Like right now we're just at POC. So it makes sense if POC can hold that we flag here, kind of develop out between 71 and I don't know, the 68, push up to 75 spec at value high. Just retest the same range that we played this morning. If we can hold balance, then we should slowly kind of go up to that magnet up at 75s. 90% of the trades I took today were based off of the new indicator. So I just want to point this out. This is where we are. We are at value low on the Russell. We have...
Bank of England's
Oh, sorry,
Pills
no, we're not. We're
rates
at value
would be
high on the
restrictive
Russell.
even after cuts.
This is a complete shift. We saw value shift down below. We saw our POC move down below. And now we are trying to recover this value high, which is our Globex low now, to become supportive. We are at the top of our range. What we are looking for is for this Globex low to become our supportive level for a push back up to 56s. 56s will mark the high. This 56
Until
to
says rates will
61
fall as we see progress on
until that
inflation.
pushes over. Like this is the level in the sand for the day. So now all we're trying to do is look for a pullback buy to get that continuation up to the top of balance. So I think like good targets here to look for potential buys and ads, right, are going to be probably here into VWAP and the POC area from our IB. See if we get pullbacks, and then all you're looking for off of these pullbacks right into this fill of this gap, we're looking for buyers to step in, make this node supportive, and then pop out. So I still think like this 63 area is definitely viable for pullback buys if we can hold it. I think your most bullish buy for NQ is this 700. We were going to not need to pull back any further. You're looking for the Russell to catch a bid here and NQ to catch a bid into 700. That's your most bullish pullback.
Bank of England's Pill says I'm not yet confident in inflation to reduce rates.
Hi guys.
Oh, how's it going?
It is going. Is it a great Monday?
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Pretty easy.
Overshot my low target a little bit from the newsletter.
I basically just told them we're battling to try to get back into morning balance, and I'm just looking to see if this is a pullback or if this is to the top. Ideally, I'd like to see like this like 62 to 64 area continue to stay bid on ES now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm waiting to see if the Russell can now hold VWAP as supportive on this retest from above. But we basically just mean reverted to POCs. So it's just like, can we
Yeah.
hold balance or to chop around?
Bank of England's pill says it would have been premature to cut rates in February.
This is where I start to watch to see if a buyer steps in as we approach 64 on ES, and the Russell comes into VWAP.
Man, I can't believe Vol is still like getting crushed. I mean, I
Vol?
guess I can. Like UVXY, like trading at
Oh, yeah.
$8 or
Vol,
under
Vol.
$8. Yeah. Like sometimes with these rallies, after like the expiration, we get like the VIX will still like kind of climb, like reset, even with price climbing. And we're just like not getting that, which is fine. It really doesn't matter. It's more of an interesting thing.
Yeah, no problem, man. Need to get back over 700 on NQ for this to be valid, or there's potentially another leg down. So far, catching a bid though, where we wanted Russell VWAP, NQ, and balance fills holding 90. Again, I need to see 700s become supportive on NQ on this look above, if it can look above, or that to kind of be a valid move, or this is going to be resistance here. So I need to see this push it over this level. This is going to into 56s. Yeah, I mean 59 would be VWAPs. I'm not mad at that. I mean, ideally we hold, but yeah, I mean, if we don't hold 63 and we don't hold 90s on NQ, then I think VWAP is pretty likely across the board. So that would be like back down to 65s, 570. I've got that marked out as well. Watching the Russell into our high again into 45s. If it rejects here, then I think there might be some liability to what you're saying. And if NQ can't get over 700s and make it supportive, then I definitely think that there's potential.
If we're gonna make that look, I'd kind of want to see the lower low here. You don't have to trade 2 VWAP, but there's still like a lot of buy interest on the 65 so far. Yeah, there.
So again, like buyers either hold here or we'll go down to VWAPs. We're at our 63 retest. risking off 1 here for 2 points. Actually, that's a lie. I'm risking off my 61, and now my average is 63. There it is. So until we can push back up, I'm just risked off, and now I have just my position from 63s here. Stop below 62. Because if we break below that, then I fully expect us to come back down to VWAPs down at like 58, 59 area. So why take that drawdown when I can just re-enter there? We're at $200 here if you bought 63s. Pushing back into our POC here is just move stops up. And we need to get back over POC here at 67.5 for any more upside, or it's just back up to the top of the range. Again, you need 700s to become supportive on NQ if you want any more upside, or this is going to continue to be where our seller's positioned. And the Russell should give confirmation if we can make Globex low supportive at any point. I mean, it's what we've been waiting for, right, Fark? Like, that's exactly, it's just being patient, waiting for the setup, and then, like, even if it doesn't break out, I mean, it's an instantly profitable trade with 0 drawdown, so it's like, oh, really? Okay. Just patient. But yeah.
Bank of England's pill says we need
Yeah,
to
we did.
maintain just enough restraint.
We gotta make 68 supportive, or this guy's just gonna continue to absorb there. But it was a nice edge to play off of. Yeah, this is my last trade as well. Then I'll just post levels whenever they update with the new fixed ranges they've developed. Just gonna work on indicators off stream. You got a really nice rebid of 700s and pushing up to POC up at 713. It's your first risk off as we approach until it becomes supportive. Again, just this is Globex low on RTY, so we need this to become supportive if you want more upside, or it's just back up to the high of this range. Got something new for TOS? No. But if you're ever looking for something for TOS, I can give it to you. Do you need something specifically? I have unlimited TOS indicators, or I can make it for you myself. Yeah, just whenever you just like let me know, I'll try to find it. I don't really use TOS that much anymore. Just manage my longs. That's it. As soon as I had a better way to trade futures is kind of it for me for TOS.
We are still battling up here.
We have a seller. We have to see if they're still positioned, but into this 70-71 area. I need to see us push over that, or I'm gonna consider that our high for until it becomes supportive on ES. Russell's trying Globex high now, but don't really expect much until I see the build like This will kind of be. Hello. You're back. I'm about to leave, bud. But Mario's here. I hate you. No. I have a schedule. I do not do well. Midday, low vol. Leave the stream going. I'm just gonna post the levels when they come up. You'll have them, just like I did on Friday. I'm working right now on it automatically posting the new pivots when they appear to Intraday idea. That's coming out this week. Here's target. See if this is it, or if we can get more. Again, I'd want us to be able to build flag of 74.
Surely expecting results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
But I'm out here. If we get more, this is what I'll be looking for. A pierce above, and then the ability to build between this 74 to 71. And if we can do that, then you can look for the gap magnet up at 78.25, right? We know we have a gap from
80 counterparties take $552.289 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
This is POC. Watching this zero tick.
Things look fine, especially if Russell can now hold tier this 46, 47 area.
Something crazy just happened in Tesla, though. What's up? What do you mean? Like the Rainbow Six Siege Pro? I don't know. No opinion.
Is that that guy who does the reviews? Like super loud?
Yeah, he's like the Tyler one of Rainbow Six.
Yeah. I've seen some of his
What do you mean
TikToks.
about-
It's funny.
I have no. Don't know the guy. Couldn't tell you, bud.
Do you think? Such a funny question. So random. Do you even play Siege?
No, never. I've never played it my entire life.
So good. I don't want to see buyers push below this 66. I want 66 to be defended on a yes here. That to be defended.
Is that zero tick here too? Are you still here, Kiz? Is this? Can you go look on T? I guess I can do it. I'll stop being lazy. No, never mind. I don't need you. I'm a big boy.
Holy.
I can do it myself. Oh, so it is real. That's crazy. It's like a $4 Tesla candle. Sellers are starting to get a little bit more excitable here on ES. Or I should not say more, but again.
You guys want yes 5,000 to allow it to happen.
Sorry, bud. Taylor's new album coming out. Is that it? Yeah, man. Super excited. Maybe that's what the market needs. Hey, Swifties in the chat.
Why are my fills not showing up on my chart, but they're showing up on my... But I have fills on. You ever had that problem?
You might make sure you're on the same account.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you might need to like close it down and put it back up. I have had that problem before, but I don't remember how I fixed it. So, not helpful.
It's whatever.
I know there's a couple times though where like I had one of my other pains like on a different account,
Oh, yeah.
and then like
Like that account you're paying for data.
yeah, well no, like because it's well just for trades.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then it's like
Like if I don't want to pay for data on multiple accounts, I'll do that. Or I'll have like my data
Yeah.
account and then I'll have another.
mm-hmm.
If you do the group trading thing where you have multiple accounts, do you say you pay for data on only one? Or do you have to do it per account still, even though you have multiple merged on the same overall username? How does that work?
That's gonna be for someone in chat. I've never had one of those.
For you,
So
like
one of those,
Apex guys, do you pay for data on each one or just one? That makes sense. Sorry.
Makes sense to me. I don't know if it's gonna make sense to some. Oh, there we go.
Just one. That's pretty nice. That's like worth it in itself. And if you have multiple accounts that are merged, can you do you have to take the same trade, or can you like unsync them? If that makes sense. Desync them. So like one of them, you can use the data from your main and then take a different trade if you want. Like you don't have to buy and sell at the same time on all of them. Only level 1, of course. It's interesting.
Seller's still here.
Yeah, well, I guess what I was really getting at is like, if so, let's say you have like 10 Apex accounts and you pay for data on your main, and then the rest are linked. With the linked accounts, are you able to sometimes not copy trade? So you could still use the data on the main one and then take a different trade if you wanted to without having to pay for data on all of the ones that are set up for copier. So you can turn it on off when you want and you can trade each account individually. That's sick. So you can really just pay for data on one account. That's a huge loophole. That's awesome. Russell's still holding just fine. Dark to our 63s. NQ looks like it wants VWAP down at 70 to 65 though. Watching to see how we react into 63, 62 area on ES. And if the Russell can maintain 45. Nah, I'm not in a trade. I just wanted to see if we were going to get continuation or not. I closed into 71s off of 63 bid on ES. Now I'm just here to talk with you guys for a bit. I'm going to be here for the market though, because I'm going to be working on indicators. But I'm most likely done trading for the day, unless something like really good comes up. I'm just going to be like forward testing stuff. trying to get this thing ready
Brent crude
and the
futures
strategy
rise by
fully developed
$1 a
for you
barrel to
guys.
session highs of around $78.33.
Again, like so far, like 90% of the trades I took today were solely based off of the new indicator, and then just looking for a divergence and like a mean revert. So it's doing pretty well. We've now forward tested it like a week and a half. Pretty decent success rate. So it'll be ready by class time. I mean, it's ready. It's just like, are you going to know what to do with it, right? So I've got to make it as user-friendly as possible for someone so they don't have to watch a 3-hour class on how to position and understanding risk reward and all of, yada yada.
You guys get very excited about this stuff, and then
Yeah.
like the last one I released for it, feedback, I got 0 feedback from anybody.
Yeah. You guys didn't appreciate the stacked signals at the high. It's crazy. What's up with that, Gav? What else can I do for you? You don't want to participate at 720. You don't want to participate at 71s. But now, it definitely isn't telling you to buy at the top. That's true. There's really nothing here until we see 63, 64 now hold offer on ES, where we now are holding Globex low for a push down into VWAP, or we build and recover, right? Really just waiting for confirmation here.
Zero tick test here. Do our bottom structure. It was a really quick reclaim last time here.
Butterfly confirmation signal after the caterpillar. That's huge alpha. Maybe that's our Armin fire that we've been looking for. Hi, what kind of microphone do you use? Your streams are so crisp, man. Got the ASMR stream. Like it's really nice. Every time I tune into your stream, it's a cozy vibe.
You have to buy it off a drop, Corona. Halfway back here to our 62, 63 area.
Watching to see if our seller is now positioned. If it's like 67, 68, where you'd expect them. Russell looks. Like us over 700. This is resistance. It's the 700 supportive.
It's a pretty important retest here. We can hold back into this node, or if this is our rejection, we'll be looking VWAP if we get back down here. Sell under.
Saudi Arabia sets March Arab Light crude oil OSP to Northwest Europe at plus 90 cents a barrel to ICE Brent settlement. That's according to pricing documents seen by the wires.
You only get this downside move that I've drawn if we see the Russell. Just keep that in mind. That 63.25 Globex low is still your pivot. It just has to be. We haven't decided either way. Yeah, Sam, I got you. Actually, I don't know if I can remember rolls. Yep, I did.
And Saudi Arabia sets the March Arab Light crude oil OSP to the US at plus $4.85 a barrel versus ASCI pricing.
The gamer done. I honestly don't understand how they have their headsets that tight.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me.
I have too much hair for that
Yeah.
anyways.
Ugh. Like even right now, I've got like a little gap. It's never like glued to my head. The Tyler 1 dent is notorious. That thing is so funny.
Not the Grand Canyon.
The Tyler 1 dent. Never fails me. Never fails to make me laugh. So good, man. I got it. What makes him the genetic freak? How like soft is the top of their head? I just don't get it. So stupid. I'm looking for Russell to be able to hold Globex low now. Ideally on retest here. Will let us know if this is gonna trap sellers or if this rejects with the lower highs on ES and NQ for the push down into VWAP. It's pretty indecisive until we see like a bit of acceleration on either side. In my opinion, at least, it's just like too slow. To really call it. I notice you don't mention DXY in your trading. Do you ignore DXY move or do you have it at, on the side? I think there are times when DXY is incredibly important, and I think there are times where it's less important. So when tech is leading and we're getting like very significant tech leaders that are kind of carrying the market up, I focus on DXY a lot more for inverse kind of moves. But when I am relying more so on the Russell, I don't focus on DXY as much. I think Russell is has been a much better like signal than DXY. We used to like really focus in on DXY though. It's like 3 tech names that were carrying the market up. It had a decent amount of edge. I still think it has edge if you're focusing on the main pivots. But for like my average timed move, I find the Russell to be a much more effective tool. Hopefully that answered your. It just really like we look at what's moving in the market and then we focus on the tools that have some sort of opportunity with them. Baba? You really gonna try to trade Baba into ER, bro? I don't know.
Yeah, but you kids go look at the small caps. So, you know, China is just a mess right now.
YM is the same thing. YM is just like, it's the same like main like, you know, couple names. So I think the YM pivots can be really useful to let you know where you should be positioned. So I really pay attention to YM VWAP, YM ADR low and high to kind of give me an idea of where we are within the range of the day and how much more we have potentially. But that's really all I look at on YM. Is I'll pay attention to how we trade into VWAP, how are people participants kind of like showing themselves at those levels, and where are we within that range? Does the market have overall the ability to push higher into ADR high, or are we kind of showing acceptance below VWAP and looking for a move down to ADR low? That's really all I look at for YM. Is just I use it as kind of like a positioning signal if I should be risking long or short. YM definitely has a use case, more so some days than others. It's you can tell. It's like the same thing while looking at like Apple or Microsoft. Like a lot of the times we'll see like a huge sync between Apple and Microsoft where we can literally just short every time Microsoft comes into VWAP, and we can short ES or NQ and make huge returns. Sometimes things are just in sync. Sometimes it's not as easy. What's up, Flex? So
Yang. What even is Yang?
that's the ETF.
Oh, it's like that sounds.
You
I
have
know
yin
what
and
that
yang,
is.
bull and bear
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
leverage.
yeah, 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 yeah.
I think a great exercise, Zach, is to find, look at some of your large growth stocks, like your tech names, and see if there's any sort of confluence with how they're moving. Look at where like the pivot highs are on, say, Microsoft on the day, or Tesla specifically, like like a couple of the larger names that usually control kind of the overall market sentiment, and see if you can find clear pivots on ES or SPY, for ES or SPY or something like that, and then trade solely off of that. Just look to see if you can find trades like that where you can find local pivots on Microsoft or YM or DXY, and see if you see rotations in the market that happen at those levels, because that can give you edge for trades for intraday scalps. Like, you don't need full moves. You just need to be able to find a key level and then be able to trade off of it and make a few points with minimal drawdown. And if you do that, 10 times, you're a successful trader all of a sudden. Like, that can be part of your playbook. So like being able to intraday find those kind of stocks that are like clearly in sync or leading, right, can be huge edge. We have a couple classes on that actually. If you wanted to dive deeper in the backlog. I don't know if you're premium or not, but that is a class that we have. I'll be right back. Grab
So
water.
in 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Atlanta Fed President Bostic gives pre-recorded welcoming remarks at an event focused on economic returns of education and training. So there is a text expected, and the registration link is pinned to Bostic's entry into the calendar as well. Keep in mind at the top of the hour as well, we do get the US Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey.
There might be a trade here coming up. If Russell can hold ETH low now. Actually. There might be a long op. Do you think enough people have been trapped? I don't know. Maybe. I'm looking at that 63.50 seller.
Yeah, it's gonna. I feel like we're gonna need new participants, and
I'd like a look over 68 confirmation and then not come into 63 to punish that guy if we were gonna do it. Like this to basically Russell holding. If we can do that, then there's potential. If not, then we still just come down to view. I'm really paying attention. Keep it on. The only way the trade works is if that guy gets. If not, then it just makes sense to look VWAP at 59. Economic. No confirmation yet. If you took a cheeky ad into the Russell low, risk off into the high until it becomes supportive. SRNQ. Need to see a push over 700s and a push over 68s on ES through this confirmation for a bid. Then you can punish sellers. Until then, you're just trading back into the top of the range. I'm personally waiting for the look over 68s if we're going to get. It just means that there's multiple sources that they're citing instead of just citing the individual. That's all they mean when they say stuff like that. So this is your first PT if you did a long off that Russell 768. Again, we need to see the pierce above and then the ability to bid if you want to punish sells, or it's just a retest zone to the top of the range.
I'd love to see us out of this range. Our structure is kind of gross, honestly, on ES. This fat node up here. I
Fed's
feel
Bostic
like
says wage growth
that's
is settling back
just their
into
state,
more
though.
normal
Like, that's how they
patterns.
operate. That's like their baseline over the last, like, 30 years.
They're so dependent on continuous growth, and any sort of stagnation all of a sudden makes a lot of that very relevant. Yeah.
So the Fed has released the January Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey. Just going to scan this for comments. So over the fourth quarter, moderate net shares of banks reported having tightened standards on C&I loans to firms of all sizes. So the Fed Loan Officer Survey shows tighter standards and a weaker demand. So the Fed survey also shows that banks expect stronger loan demand and falling quality. The survey also notes that over Q4, significant net shares of banks reported tightening lending standards for credit card and other consumer loans, while a modest net share of banks reported tighter standards for auto loans as well.
I still think that narrative I'm talking about with Russell's, with absorbing Globex low, specifically with Delta pushing down and price not like it, but I think I still want to see the push over 700 instead of 68. Really trying to play this range at all. Bubbles are appearing now.
Okay, a little look above here, back towards 70, top edge of node.
Excuse me. You're now looking for the 67, 68 area to continue to stay bid on ES if you want.
The Russell surge in this FEG is promising, but I'd like to see some underlines participate as well, like Apple, Microsoft, quite sideways, just sitting balanced. Apple today actually just looks like the indices, so that might be a nothing burger, but
If we get follow through, a little excitement on tape. $7.10.
If 700 sticks offer now, you. Oh. Same thing if seller now moves down to 90s. You're going to get excitement from sellers. Push down to VWAP off of the failure there. Absorption at 710. We're seeing the offer just slowly shift down from 710, 700 to now 690. Your new battleground. If 90s then go and we lose it, then you go down to V. They'll just balanced here. Yeah, it's you see it on ES as well. There's clearly absorption there. Same with on Q. But like it's to be expected, it's literally resistant. The problem is like until we breach below, this can actually punish both sides. This is why like that 90 becomes our pivot on NQ and 700s as well, right? We have a 10-point range right now where both sides can get completely screwed. Just like 66 and 68s on ES. Like, there are two clear positions. And until we see one of these sides fail, and then we see an aggressive bid step in or an aggressive offer at that low, you can get really punished trying to pick a direction because of just like how slow we have. Like slow isn't the right word. We have no follow through on the move. We have like, in what I see is like absorption on both sides, and you've got like a really nice little balance range, and until you see follow through, you're going to get exhaustion from one of the sides, and then you need to see the tape like really start to accelerate on the push up and show a bid where the offer was if you want the move, where it's like super easy to get trapped. Super easy. What's up, Tatum? So now that we've pierced below these levels of interest for me, like I need to see a buyer step in here, or we can just traverse it all over again.
Still, like, no movement in major underlines as we rotate to the top of this node here. NQ is pretty muted too, I guess, but you guys remember from the newsletter, the Russell section as well, this 52 that we're coming up to is a very important higher time frame pivot. So again, we understand that this is our high edge, but if we get a pop, be aware. It's our FVG fill now as well.
Up, Robert. Yeah, I am. Off of 68. I'm not in a position on. You're looking for 10s to hold though. Or we come back down to 700s and look for a really solid bid there.
Biden on inflation says there's a bit of corporate greed going on.
What?
What did he just say?
He said the Biden administration says that there's a bit of corporate greed going on.
True, true.
We're in the blame the businesses part of the cycle.
Yes. Surely we didn't give them exactly. It's so funny.
He's like, it's not my fault. It's Bezos' fault.
True.
Don't blame me.
We don't write the tax codes. We don't give them the money.
Yeah.
No,
Blame
no.
Jeffrey.
No, couldn't be me.
Sword. What is this?
So...
NYMEX diesel March futures settle at $2.72 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline March futures settle at $2.20 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude March futures settle at $72.78 a barrel. That's up 50 cents or 0.69%. And NYMEX natural gas March futures settle at $2.08.
We get over the 7150 on EM. We go to 70. I think. Just gotta get over this guy. Still don't. I think 68's the level to play off. If we push below that, then I'll again. But I don't know. This just makes sense because like we saw absorption at what 69.50, 70. So now like I want to just see our bid stay there. Yes, and I want it. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Out one here. For 74 value high. I think NQ, if we hold 710, we go to 32. It's the same trade that ES just did. Just need to get there. Get it. You need follow through off of that. You need to keep up that moment.
If you can hold like this 71, it would be pretty dandy.
Yeah. I'm out one more here, 74 left. We can look for the gap magnet at 75. We can make 74 supportive. That would look so. Ability to hold, pop. Again, watch your 32 to 40 area. That's your value high. That's our target off of our indicator. The 32 is the value target, and then you've got Globex high at 40s. So you've got like 3 levels there of interest. So it's definitely an area as we push into it to move stops up. If you're long off of 700s or 710 hold. Levels like this where I mark them, where it's like I see someone that's taking in orders, and then we like hold it as supportive. Like, okay, that's a good level to then play it around. 710. And again, I'm 2/3 risked off here. Like, I am not expecting continuation, but I'm prepared for it if it does happen. If that makes sense. Like, I'm going to risk off into our value high. Supportive. I'm not going to be stupid. Because it'll give me another opportunity if this does become supportive at 74s to just add again, because we know where we're going to go, 78. So I'll have another opportunity, but like I want to secure gains. What's the yellow bar down low? Yellow bar down. Are you talking about these? This is delta. Delta candles. So your 32 target on NQ into our Globex high to 40. So again, do you just want like the 730 to 740 area to become supportive? Then hold, something like that. And then you have a target up at 750. Later, Kevin. What's a good pullback level? I think you're looking for bids to be able to hold 72 on EF. Ideally 74, right? But with NQ at our pivot, it's going to be rough. Gonna wait. The way I see it is you have 74 bid holds, right, on this push above, or we come back down into this 72, 70 area off of that. Indicator says 70. I see a potential imbalance at 72, right, that buy side liquidity might want to hold. What are we gonna have for dinner tonight? I don't know. I bought a ton of baos yesterday, like Chinese big buns. So I'm probably just gonna eat those. Yep, got it. Sorry if I'm intruding on your time, Mario. I'm gonna be here anyways. 'Cause I'm
No, I
forward
mean, there's
testing.
nothing to
Yeah.
like. We're trading in like a 5-point range
Yeah.
for like the entire afternoon. It's just a Monday.
I figure if I'm gonna be here for testing an indicator, I might as well just like chill with you
Yeah.
guys, hang out.
Brent crude futures settle at $77.99 a barrel. That's up
boy.
66 cents or 0.85%.
Yo, with the crabs. Hell no. I don't think I could ever do soft shell crab like that, where you eat it with the, I don't know, what do you called? The shell? Like, there's a carapace? Flesh? Skeleton?
I don't think that's the word.
I know it's good, but it's a textural thing for me. It just is a little, I don't know, it's a little freaky. Looking for 32s hold and do now off of the rejection of Globex high. Just this, we see some absorption here. We just need to see if buyers are still willing to defend 32.74, or if we're gonna need a steeper pullback. The exterior skeleton. There surely is another word than exterior skeleton. Really? Yeah, I think Carapace was good. I'm gonna keep up with that one. Which vol profile indicator do you use in TV? I have 2 volume profiles on. Actually, technically 3. I have the visible range profile, which is the one you see to the right. I have the daily profile on. Just shows me the days, value high, low, and PPC. And then I have our levels indicator, which is showing us historical important level. So if you wanted to add the same ones that I have on, you would go to technicals, profiles. I have session volume profile HD on, and I have the if you want our levels indicator, I believe that is free, or maybe not. Yeah, no, it is, I think. That's just if you search levels in the financial cloud. This will give you all of the historical previous weeks, values, monthlies, as well as your I like the visible range on the smaller time frames because I can kind of see short-term positioning. You can see how like the node's building the edges. I find it also really useful sometimes to be able to visualize absorption in TradingView, because if you don't see price moving a lot, but you see the volume node getting huge, right? Like that, it's like, oh, okay, well, there's clearly someone here. And then like that with delta pushing up, like, oh, okay, yeah, we can tell the side of which side the absorption's kind of. So if we see like delta steepening but price failing to push a new high, and we also see a huge node start to develop and prices literally going nowhere, like, okay, well, we have a direction of who's absorbing who, and we have an idea that it's actually by a volume. So like it's like a shoddy way to kind of see that real volume tool. I think you can get by with it. you understand basic concept. Okay, so for the trading view, you need to scroll out to the left to load the volume profile. So the volume profile is here. But if you don't have enough candles loaded on your chart, it's not going to. And then for the volume profile, I have value high and low on, and then I turn off the POC and I put on the developing POC. See how that shifts. But you probably just need to scroll load it. We are at our Russell target. This is where we want to be. What was your level, Mario?
What? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
What was your Russell level?
The 52.
52. Okay. I've got 52, and then I've got 61.
There's the low. There's a VPOC at 27, which we hit this morning, obviously,
Got it.
and then yeah, up into this 52 beam pivot, and the look is trying to get up into 85 if the whole market is gonna keep bidding. There's some more stuff in between there, but that's the.
I'm really just keeping an eye on this 50 on NQ and this 78, yes, for our fills overnight. But if the Russell needs to come back down, your levels of interest are your value high retest and Globex low here at 47.3, and then you at 42.3. This is like my real level I care about for pullbacks. So we'll see what happens. I'll be right back. I'll play. Thank God it didn't autoplay the next one and we get a copyright strike.
Yep, that's the way.
Oh, Are you guys still getting ads, by the way? And are they annoying? Is that like a 1 day thing, or is that now part of the stream? No ads. So. We're gonna make like 50 cents over the 5 streams on ads, so it's like not. Like, I just rather have them. I don't know. People on Friday were saying that they were getting ad blocks, like blocks of ads. Sorry, and that was like the first time I've ever heard that on YouTube. So I was just curious if it was still happening. I don't even know if it works like that. I really don't. That's how it worked on Twitch. So you were subscribed, then you didn't get ads. But I don't know if that's how it works on YouTube. I have no clue how YouTube streaming works for like their ad plans. Like, do members, if I set up like a memberful for YouTube, would you not get ads? I'm surely, right? Or what would be the point? What happened last time we started to make a lower high on RTY? I think I called it. Yo, appreciate it, Nick. Big? Why did the music stop after 30 seconds? Oh, okay. Still need to figure out, maybe I need to pay for like Monster Cat?
Oh, maybe.
Just don't they have like a live service where you just pay for the ability to like use their song library?
I think so.
I think that's a thing. I need to do that, man, because these lo-fi playlists are getting a little stale. Oh, Monster Cat Gold. Oh yeah, sick. 75 a year, that's easy. Oh, yeah, we definitely buy those.
Yeah.
How do they know if I have this? Is there a library of the same music where I could just be like, yeah, man, I got it for
I
sure.
think like you can I feel like you have to be able to link it. I obviously don't know, but like link the two like does that make sense? Like your
Yeah,
YouTube to the monster cat.
yeah, you'd have to. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna do it for us. This is a huge upgrade. Easy business expense. This playlist. It really does look like we're about to get a pullback. We'll see if 32s continue to hold, but I wouldn't be surprised if we came back down to 72, 70 here on ES. I'm watching the Russell with the lower high. We need to see it bid pretty quickly and be able to breach these wicks at 56. Or I'm just starting to see a bit of nothing like major, but an eye. Just a bit of rounding eyes. Hard to select things.
Last hour just opened, by the way. Still, basically no movement in underlines at all. Lower low, a fall here. We're also into this Globex POC.
One's closing. It gives us the pullback, but this is again like that 72. If buyers are gonna hold, I'd want them to hold here. If not, we come back down to our target below at 70. And then like we get back into this garbage range and it's anyone's game. So I really want to see this really hold. See the Russell also find a low confirmation. The first lower high was a good leading signal. Let's see if you need to get back over 74.50 for confirmation of this is just a little bit of relief liquidity.
This is gonna bounce. I'd want to see it happen pretty quickly in terms of like aggression on the bounce here. So we trade back under. We're just back in daily value. We can probably expect a node retrace. Same idea with the Russell on Globex value low here and Friday's value low, 52. So far, it's okay. 73 daily open. Want to hold bid here? Yes. Looks at least 75. I think this is gonna get ran over.
your first reversion target here. Yikes.
Yep.
Watching Russell in the 47.2 for reversion. Russell no low yet. This is where I'd expect it to be, though. Move stops down on shorts, I think, here. Got probably one more leg, but I think it's going to be choppy. I'm fine trying off of value high on RTY and the Globex low, but like if that doesn't hold, I'm actually looking at 40 again. Willing to look here for a little bit of relief, but I think that there's potentially one. So you have to be just flexible as we push back into 70s on ES off of this bounce. Yeah, it was a bit more aggressive than I was expecting. I did see the weakness, but we just didn't see the bounce on the Russell that I wanted, and that resulted in your elevator down with NQ pushing as well. Now we're just right back to our 700s. And our 68% EF. Now I have to battle over this 70 level on ES, or that's going to be your offer. So in my mind, I mean, anything can happen, of course, but this is where I'm looking to see if buyers are willing to maintain value high and our Globex high on the Russell. This is your most bullish defensive area, in my opinion. But if Globex low becomes resistance and we see seller acceptance below, we target the VWAP and our 42-point area. we can't get back over this on a lookable level.
Does that pass buy side absorption a couple hours ago from over the 63 kind of area? Once again, if we're gonna get a buy side reversion here, I'd want to see a pretty quick take out of this area.
It's here or nowhere. Any lower, then it just makes sense to go to VWAPs.
Sellers really stacking here. You're gonna see a big take. Structure is really poor in here, so if VWAP doesn't hold, you have to rely on like Russell primarily. You can fill FEGs, but they're really tight. $66, $67 here is still my kind of area of interest for a reclaim and node rotation. Liquidity offered into 66 now.
Watch to see if 90s are your offer on Q. Same trade, 66. 66 to 68 on ES. 90 to 700 now. Q. Where you're looking for your seller to hold. Or it's the same trade as before where we look for these areas to bid. Become supportive. Russell rejecting value so far. Watching for reaction on our Globex. So, I'm chopping right now. I could see ES retest 70 where we decide. If sellers fuck it up here, you can't push down.
Nice take, but the ask is still stacking pretty aggressively here. Love to see 70s trade, like Sig had said. But basically every time there's like 300 contracts on, they get taken and then restacked like 2 points higher and taken.
I think if you're long off VWAP, you need to be moving stops up as much. That's 70. Until we get back over 71.50, I don't think that there's a great place to average out. I think your seller is going to be sitting there. Just watch as the Russell comes into the sell side liquidity into 51, 52. See what happens. See if we get another leg, or if this will just be the same trade as we did earlier, with 700s becoming supportive, 68s becoming supportive. But regardless, like I still want to see the test into that 70, 72 before I look for the rebid of 68 and ES. Because we're like, again, Russell found bottom into our Globex low and value, right? Now we're trading back up. We have to see where seller momentum's kind of gonna, buyer momentum's gonna stop, which we can see by just looking at this imbalance on the Russell. It's like, okay, well, what happens once we come up into here? Do we lose momentum and then turn back? Or can we make it supportive? So it's really similar to the trade that we did earlier, where we looked for something like this. This becomes supportive, or does this come back down? So here's your test. See what happens into the seller.
I only have one contract left here.
Again, I think if we get over 71.50 in bid, then there's potential, but like until then, I just am expecting absorption here. For NQ, it goes up to 15. That's your offer. So here's your fill. We've now filled on ES, NQ, and I. So we're now looking for a potential pullback or buyers to just squeeze the shit out of this, right? I don't know which one's going to happen first. Either your offer stands or sellers get punished at the lows from failing to push below view up.
If this does end up ripping, you'll be looking for like 80s on ES.
32
Globex
for
higher,
NQ.
Yeah. You would want to see a higher high after the change of character on ES.
don't feel bad if you played that area poorly, or if you didn't want to attempt. It was really hard. The only way that like you could try to put risk on is into VWAPs and the Russell into the low, right? Defensive. But like even then, like we didn't have confirmation really. So it's like a small size scalp, and then just understanding that we had a buyer and a failure from a seller, right? So like we're gonna come back up. Which is why I was targeting that 70. But now it's just like
Early markets on
if they
closing
can't
balance
push
currently
lower,
sitting at
we can now punish
195 million to the sell
these
side.
people, right, from below. So now really we just want to see the 70 now hold on ES ideally, right, where the sell side liquidity was, where we ate it up. I want to now see that to be supportive. It's literally the same trades that we did earlier off of this. So we just have to see where does the Russell stop, what happens on the loss of momentum, and where do buyers continue to find value, or is this going to trap and then we chop and balance again, right? Like I don't have the answer to you for you yet, but I'm watching for 70s to now hold on. Just as we were looking at this Russell liquidity, I'm now watching to see if this is buy side. It's playing off of what was supply. I want to now be where buyer value is. And 700s for NQ. Same as before. Got to just make 710 supportive, push over 715s, right, and make this red zone buyer value flag here, push up to 32. Yeah, sorry, I would have alerted a short, but I thought that was going to be a much weaker pullback. Like we saw the weakness, we took profit into it, but I really did think we were going to be able to hold. But you never underestimate the Russell and NQ both selling. Yeah, quite the pullback. But we just reevaluate, get back in, and trade it again. Luckily, we were not on the wrong side of that, but it could have been a really nice opportunity. Instead of just to take profit, to actually have been short. Huge. Got Monster Cat. I would have done that way earlier if I knew it was that cheap. $70 for a year is nuts.
You have more than one contract on the 75 ES is not a bad spot, but like I said, I'd like to see a higher high out of our RTH range and into Globex here, but this time of the day, definitely take advantage of some of this move, capture some.
I didn't get my ad on 70s, sadly, so I'm just in one. Looking for value high at 76, 75. Got magnet at 78.25. Just your target zone. Honestly, it's just whenever the Russell loses momentum. That's your local top. And then we just wait to see where that pulls back. That gives us our ad. I have a limit at 70, 75 for an average up, but I'm gonna have a really tight stop below that. Just below 70s. I want to see a bid step in. But if we lose 70s, then I'm gonna reevaluate.
Sellers getting more aggressive here.
stopped me. Watching for Russell to come into value again, and then I'll look to add. I think there's a decent amount of potential, but I'd rather just be able to take profit on the average and then look to reevaluate. I think the 70 level is pretty pivotal.
Early market on close imbalance still sitting at 195 million to the sell side.
Russell in the value low here. Or value. I don't actually know which. It's value high. Very zoomed in. I'm basically just watching to see if we can now build a higher low on Russell here at value. Or if we push below, then I'll be looking for the move down to VWAP before I try anything else long-wise. This is really it.
Last 15's just
Early
opened
market
here.
on close imbalance still sitting at 195 million to the sell side.
Where the 66 was kind of our middle of range pivot on ES.
You're playing off 700s on NQ, move stop up as we approach 710s. Same drill as before. Things changed. You're looking to see if the Russell can hold this low. $71.50 for 71.50. ES is our offer. We need to push over. Speak. Sorry, little stroke.
English is hard.
Watching that Russell weakness. Need to see it hold its low. We know it, Roy. I'm personally flat here with the Russell weakness. I can wait for confirmation. I don't need to do this. I think if you're going to play it, you play it off of 66s on yes or nothing else. Unless we recover this red box that I have above. Supportive. Same thing for NQ. Play it off of 700s or you're risking off 710 to 15. Until we decide. If the Russell breaks Globex low, then we head for that 42. Like, just personally, I just don't feel comfortable with how slow it's moving.
There's like 10 minutes left on the day.
Yeah. Expected
Someone showed
span.
Market on close imbalance,
second someone showed
1.9
liquidity on the
billion to
ass
the
there
buy
again, and it
side.
just instantly taken.
Yeah. Not worth. Like either you're playing off an edge or fuck that. I think NQ is the easiest to read. ES is a jumble. But like that 700 pivot is real nice on NQ. This is your risk off on ES into 70s until it becomes supportive. Your target on NQ is 24 and then the 32 above. Again, I'm not in this trade, but I know some of you are degens, so I'm just going to keep talking. The tape looks supportive of this candle. I just don't. What else do I say? You know. Like at NQ, it looked good off of 700 for sure. You want 10s to hold, push over 24s here, or it can come back down on NQ. You did. Squeezer? I don't know. I just have 700 as our pivot on NQ. You're just looking for the Russell to be able to maintain this low. Or it goes to at 42. Personally think that this has potential. But do I have enough confidence in it to play it? And does it happen after close? Again, 32 is your seller on NQ. 32 to 40. Just move your stop up as we approach that. For runners to 50. We pop. Until then, this is your kind of top of range.
Minute and a half here. Honestly, pretty good day. We slowed down a little bit, but nice rotations.
Yep.
Obviously, you guys had a good morning session with much larger rotations.
Need some really nice pivots to play off of though for afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Bad. Closing at VWAP. Huge. Russell coming into target now. Right into the day, just like it did on Friday. Yikes.
Ding, ding, ding.
All right.
All right, friend, go get some snackies. I'll see you in 30 minutes for class. If people have any questions about what we went over last week or just in general, not a bad time to ask them. But yeah, I will see you guys soon. Goodbye.
This has decent potential to hold here into our 680 on NQ and it's Russell pivot at 40. But session's over. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I will be there for class though. Never mind. I will see you in 30 minutes. For those that are here from that aren't premium, We're doing a aftermarket session where we go and review trades. We do individual lessons. Today's the newsletter review on our higher time frame pivots, what we can be looking for the rest of the week. Do that every Monday. And then we are going to be going through the difference between discretionary versus mechanical trades and how you can set yourself up for success in both. So that's going to be kind of the focus of the class, but that is for premium. We will have another free session on Wednesday. I will be live on Wednesday for those that are not subscribed. If you guys would be willing to like the video, that'd be awesome. And I will see you all Wednesday. You guys have a good one. Nick, really appreciate the 5, by the way. Again, thank you so much. See you on Wednesday.